sorry. I never shit. Okay, well, I guess, fuck. Who's got 2 thumbs and forgot to actually go live on YouTube until right now at this very moment? YouTube, I'm so sorry. Well, I guess this is the part where I, start editing my VODs a little bit and then put them up on a separate YouTube channel. God fucking damn it. All right, I will be back. Okay. Hi, everybody. So I realized right before the ad break, I never went live on YouTube. Oops. We're live now. I'm gonna set up an actual, like, proper VOD channel and then do a bit of editing to VODs and to move my VODs from YouTube over to the VOD channel. That way also we can fix the oopsies from the last week or so of me forgetting to go live until partway through the quests. I was willing to kind of eat the issue with that with Arcadian and also with the Hatching Tide vent. Less willing to deal with that when it comes to MSQ. So yeah, it means I'll be able to edit down and like remove the ad breaks and stuff. So there is that. Anyway, let's get started with, or like, let's go talk to Sveen. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Shizune, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. It sounds like she wants us here or there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next sentry will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuliyola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Horse fiend. First those deadly malfunctions, and now a city announcement, or a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort in recruiting his 5,000 Endless. Perhaps more than necessary, even. Yeah, he's put a lot of effort into making people afraid, huh? We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamati, disperse for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Kyle told me everything that happened while we were away. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliyola. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. Oops, hang on. Let me try that again. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Wuklama assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Tuliyola will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What if that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be stolen or sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear. So together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me, inserting myself into the conversation. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right. We got a bit of sidetracked there. It's not even like they were having like I mean, yes, they were having a moment, but also it was a moment between two leaders of nations. And then there's just the Warrior of Light being like, hey, what about me? I need to be the center of attention. Let me be involved. Heaven forbid anybody else have the spotlight. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Here we all are. Gololja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Elise and the others said you were here. Good news, Shizune. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. I mean, yeah, but those aren't just my friends and allies. Those are the Scion's friends and allies. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. Oh, that's right, we're on floor 9. I was thinking that we were higher up for some reason. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. I mean, yeah, but again, like, so are the rest of the Scions. Hell, some of the Scions are probably better friends with, like, Lise than I am. She's not, like, a nation leader, but she's a military leader within a nation. The Scions as a whole deserve more credit that the Warrior of Light keeps taking, is a part of what I'm saying. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents work. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Ah, cute! It sounds like Galulja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. I mean, yeah, but also the Warrior of Light wouldn't have been able to do most of what they have without the Scions. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that difficult to the story, or all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Okay, the immune to tempering thing and like them relying on the Warrior of Light for all that is one of the issues I have with Minfilia. Because you know who else was immune to tempering? Minfilia. And guess what? There are other members of the Scions who have the Echo. Case in point, Arnvald. Which is why he's been involved with primal cleanup duty since like Stormblood, along with Gordola. At least. And like, I'd probably be way less frustrated with Minfilia if she had actually been like, yeah, I use my Echo to help my people with this thing, but we need more hands on deck or something. Or like we just recruit every person with the Echo that we can get our hands on or something like that. So yeah. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. The problem is, I think she probably did do a lot. It's just we didn't see it. All right, and here we go. It's gonna be a voice cutscene while I get a chance to eat some of my pasta.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Yeah, good job, Shale.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sounds like you need one of Janolt's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro-magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. You gotta head to bed? Alright, good night, Ash. Thanks for dropping by. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's go or get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching containment complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Alright, let's talk to our friendos. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. Personnel protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks with their designed work within their designated workrooms. The Researchers' Commons, the Proto-Lab, or the Deutero-Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of, and the rights to modify, the memories of all registered personnel. Ugh. Access denied. Please log in with your personnel account to view. Complex Director, Demetrius. Proto-Lab Chief, Eosphor. Deutero-Lab Chief, Redacted. Interesting. Ugh, the arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a key card or a security card. Oh, you mean I don't get to read the office gossip that got pinned to the board? Boo! Was this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, or more, I don't know, special about it. These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. You scan the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there then? I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at their workstations. I'm gonna save... Oh, I'm gonna start with the paperwork. Is it gonna have anything interesting in it? A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Desk organizer? The small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Anything important? You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Well, first I'm gonna try it on the data terminal. Research objectives? Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. Oh. So I can't use the card. Okay. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. A card-shaped object fashioned from electrode. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Shizune! And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with the outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the Director's office is across the central hub. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. This must be the door to the Director's office. Go on, try the card. Not a single soul here besides us. Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... Well, the game isn't giving me any choice, so... Time to try the thing I know isn't gonna work. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. That door is already open, at least. We will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless, as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? What number was that? Experiment 158. Okay. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Skim through the entries. Yes. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius and intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the Director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You have reached the end of the journal entries. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting reference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. Maybe. And there's nothing back there. Alright. This machine feeds into a soul cell. That's a really big soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. I mean, it's a body-sized soul cell. So... oh, is that the soul cell? I'm dumb. I thought this was like basically like the ancients, where maybe OG soul cells were ginormous. I mean, to be fair, that's also what happened to computers, so. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Locker. The locker door is shut tight, but the numbers pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination. Hang on. So this number was 158. And then there was a thing that mentioned 158 over here, right? 158. 11509. So 158 or 11509. How long of a code does it need? Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. 509? 509. 509. It worked! I'm a genius! The locker props open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Shizune, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Shizune. Thank you. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. So basically everybody would commit mass suicide? The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in that other, or in the other tablet there. Right. Let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Detour Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Sure, here you go. And we already read that. And the tablet Galulja was reading isn't accessible to us. Alright. Let me just check something real quick. Does this new key card give me access, or is the access denied thing just like the game teasing me and torturing me? Access denied. Alright. Let me log in. Let me do like fake login credentials or something. Find a note that says what the login credentials are. If there were others besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. Calyx hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us. Or maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the UA facility. The scanner awaits. Hold the security card up to the panel and it should unlock the door. Did I talk to Sveen already? Okay, yes I did. Scanning device. A scanning device. It waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Oh, level 2. A card-shaped key for opening restricted doors. This one is marked with a level 2 security clearance. I have the wrong thing selected. There we go. Yes, it opened! So, where should we go first? The Deutero Lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. What is it, Galulja? Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? How strange. This door is not lit up like the others. What does the sign say? Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero Lab, shall we? Yeah, sure. The terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. I mean, everything else being lit up would also indicate that, but okay. The Deutero Lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in there? Those are some big, flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, what's the emergency generator that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes. And by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero Lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Shizune? The rest of us can help by supplying Shizune with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. I'm really good at puzzles. Why don't you guys just let me have a crack at it? Oh, maybe it would let me have a crack at it normally, but it's fine. I want to talk to everybody. I've locked in the power supply route and adjusted the control for optimal flow. Everything should be ready for when you've reconfigured the circuit. I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Oh, that's right. I forgot. See, I thought this was like one of those things we had to like rotate the patterns. But no. Right, I remember how this works now. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Shizune, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galulja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square, and the top right is half a circle? That's something to get you started, at least. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Alright. So... you must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions, access control panels, and configure the circuitry. So I want this to be square. And then this needs to be triangle. And this needs to be circle. And then this is... diamond. I win! I'm so good at this. You have connected all of the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked! Heck yeah, it did. We did it, Shizune! The Deutero Lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge. with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Yeah! If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deuterolab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over, just to be sure. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by Preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Yes! The door has power now! The energy current seems to have, the energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Here you go. Okay, but we're gonna continue this after the ad break because it's gonna be coming in a few seconds. So yeah, you guys know the drill. Go get water or whatever you like to drink. Go grab a snack, etc., etc., and I'll see you guys on the other side. Alright, and we're back. Oh, hang on. I almost forgot something. I used the ad break to, boy. Wait, the cat. Also, hang on. I need to check something. Okay, cool. It is using the right mic. I got nervous because the other day I realized I was playing D&D on Saturday. And like I kept muting when I was gonna like cough or sneeze or whatever because allergies are a bitch. And then I realized my friends could still hear me. And that is when I realized that Discord was using my headset as my microphone instead of my Yeti. Anyway. Alright. We talked to everybody, so now it's time to talk to Shale and get back into MSQ. Shale is examining the card scanner. Right. I'll get this door open. Phew! Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... Meow? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Shizune has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? That the crystal itself is the key? Ah, yeah. The crystal itself is the key. And boy, does that crystal have a suspiciously Amaranthine appearance to it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, probably Asm, and not when they did so, nor why. Probably before the Sundering, back in the time of the Ancients. Maybe during the final days, or leading up to it. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola, or Y'shtola's assistant, for a thorough investigation. I, too, am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully, there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Why are they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Maybe. These are probably all prototypes. Even the one the key is in right now may be a prototype. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something. I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. I mean, there was that record that mentioned, Milala coworkers acting strangely, quote unquote. If those cameras are anything to go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. I'll scan recordings and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, so storage crate? This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Did I remember to talk to Wuklamot? I can't remember. Anyway. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. Okay. And the only remaining place to search is right here. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh! Did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Shizune. I have a gift. Oh, a level 3! That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again? Or what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right. I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation, which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all of the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's location or position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Shizune's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? I can think of something. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
So what were they saying earlier about people who left preservation, like Kryle's parents did? She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that. But if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryle. Worry not, Sven. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! I mean, this has me back to asking, and like, I've always wondered this since Base Dawn Trail, and it's a question that hasn't really been answered yet, I don't think. Why, especially considering the fact that they got turned into Endless after they defected, why did Calyx let Kryle's parents become Endless? And Kafkiwa too. Like, I don't understand. Unless, like, the only theory I can think of that makes sense is that Replicant Sphene was so adamant about preserving the life and protecting everybody in Alexandria that if Calyx had tried not to make or to prevent Kryle's parents and Kafkiwa from becoming Endless, it would have resulted in Endless being bugging out or something. Like, that was, they were still her people, and she would have taken issue with them not becoming Endless, and it would have caused bigger problems than what he thought Kafkiwa and Kryle's parents were capable of from living memory. I wish we got, like, an actual answer in-game, but, like, that's the thing, that's what makes the most sense to me in terms of, like, an explanation. Is that Endless Sphene wouldn't have allowed them to not become Endless. Was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. And even if they became Endless still, he probably executed defectors just to prevent them from, like, going public with everything Preservation was doing. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in this next room either. And that's something I can be proud of. Hearing Kryle talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. If that man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? A scanning device. It waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. A card-shaped key for the opening restricted doors. This one is marked with a level 3 security clearance. What? What do you mean not in range? I'm not that far! Alright, let's try that again. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. There we go! Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Shizune, come with me. I might have need of that security card. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Oh, my apologies. I was just thinking about the key. What about it? Something odd. Something odd. Huh. This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display? Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggests. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Shizune. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Sure. Soul cell storage case. Why do you have a soul cell storage case here? The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Okay, but why are they here? That's creepy. That's weird. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. Does this display do anything else? These drawers have only big, heavy books in them. I could have, or would have filled them with snacks. Oh, but maybe the books are hiding something. I'll check. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Steal it and use it back at the back room. Shale says this room is too small? How could that be? Something is strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment there. Seems solid enough now. Oh, I'm still looking for clues. Cool. Let me know if you find anything. I'll double check and triple check my work permit mistakes. Neat! Cluttered side table. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Let's search the locker! The door to the locker swings open easily. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Amazing. Examine the data tablet. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depth of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. So again, why were Kryle's parents allowed to become endless? All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Hey man, maybe you should have password protected your tablet if it was that important. Just saying. Did I read the second entry? I read both of them, right? Yeah, I think I read both of them. Right? Yeah, I did. Okay. I just couldn't remember. Alright. Hey, Shale, I may have found something. Have you found something? I found information. Crumpled note. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals in the same time, or at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course! Electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto-lab. Then I'll take the Deutero lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hidden behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the Deutero lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Shizune, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamat and Kryle through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have something or some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Bam bam bam. Okay, I just want to check something real quick. Are Wuklamat and Kryle gonna actually, like, be here for me to talk to? Yes! So, I just press this, and next is that one, right? Hey, this isn't so hard. Yeah! Oh, this is not the right way. Does this work now, maybe? Research objectives? Access denied. Fuck you. I was hoping maybe if I had the level 3 access card, it would let me in, but no. So then trials should be... Oh wait, no, this is where Wukamat was. So I want this door to find trial. Yes. Understood, Shale. But first, I need to find a stool, or maybe a sturdy box. That's really cute. But also, hey, wait a minute. This lab is out of compliance with accessibility requirements. I would like to file a, ADA, Alexandrian, Disabilities Act, complaint. There are Milala employed at this facility, and accommodations do not seem to have been provided for them to access the terminals in order for them to do their jobs. They don't even have the excuse of, well, we had them working in there weren't any Milala assigned to this specific lab. Because this is the one that, from the sounds of it, one of Kryle's parents was in charge of. Or at the very least, it was a Milala who was in charge of this particular facility. So, or that specific lab. So yeah, I would like to file a an ADA complaint. This lab is out of compliance. Tisk tisk. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. You have yet to discover enough clues to deduce the passwords. Try exploring the immediate area or conferring with your comrades until you have more information. I keep searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? Let's solve the puzzle. You got it! Let's see. If I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. Thanks, buddy! Someone must have hidden that Alexandrite in the puzzle. I'll see if there's any other interesting things I can find. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the passwords. Jewel display plate. Two jewels are embedded in the electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. As a garnet?! There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Insert the Alexandrite. Yeah, let's do it. Oh-ho! The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. That's not a decorative pattern or whatever it called it. That's a map, a floor and plan of this complex. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond with the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Garnet. This slot contains a garnet. Its place in the floor corresponds to the Deutero lab. This slot contains a sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Proto lab. This slot contains an Alexandrite. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the director's office. What does this say? Scrawled phrase. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet you if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yeah. Alright. You're still saying the same thing you were before. Hey, Sphene, got any lore for me? Yes. If you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? Something like that. A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. One more time to be sure. Alexandrite represents protection, sapphire honesty, and garnet devotion. What does Sphene represent? Take a look at this one more time so it's in the chat log. Boop. 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 Okay. You have gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. Wuklamat and Kryl are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wuklamat in the Protolab. What word should she enter? Okay, so... Oh, does it not? Okay. Oh, I see. Protolab was Sapphire. Sapphire represents honesty. And the password for Kryl in the Deuterolab? Garnet represented devotion. And lastly, what will we put in, or what will we input for the director's office? That was protection, right? Yeah, protection. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamat and Kryl rejoin us. Sounds good. We did it, thanks to you. And a little bit thanks to me, I hope. A lot of it thanks to you. Great work, Shizune. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. Hey, you caught on to the fact that it was important. It was a team effort. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Shizune. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. Great work, Shizune. Oh, I already spoke to you. Alright. Alright. Let's go. Alright, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Bet it's gonna be a little bitch.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body? The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
The digital world. We Digimon now. In a world formed of data. Yeah, exactly. We Digimon now.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended.
But then where's Calyx?
The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus.
I'm flattered.
He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Oh, look! I was right.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary.
We found a bitch.
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You
That
pour
was an
salt in the
oopsie.
wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Oh! I thought she was scared of Galul or of Zeralja. Was she keeping a lookout the entire time for Calyx or whoever? Like, even if she didn't know it was Calyx specifically, like whoever it was she thought was watching? I'm so stupid. How did I not catch on to that before? Tragic, Yuri.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
By punching them.
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. It's not like he's the first one who thought that he would, that he had a master plan to take me down. Aw, Sphene.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, Allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Yeah! Phew! Well, that was an adventure. It sure was. It may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Yeah. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Oh, that was nice of them to just send us directly here. The situation isn't the best out there. Yeah, the situation isn't the best out there. But at least you've come back to us safe and sound. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades, so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. Okay, we should probably call Alize and Alphino and make sure they get over here, or Alize will kill me. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said. But don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. Yeah! Galulja, you're such a good kid. Alright. Janelle, are you back to saying what you were before about Rodina? Don't be letting up now, you hear? Let your passion carry you to the bitter end. I will. That's kind of my thing. Please don't be a cutscene. Oh, good, it's not. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. The knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with with you all, providing whatever support I can. All right. We've got an ad coming up on Twitch. So, I am going to take our usual break. And when we come back, it'll be dungeon time and then trial time. And yeah. So yeah, BRB, everybody. All right, we're back from break. We're back from the ads. Hello, everybody. Okay. So, we talked to everybody, right? So, oh wait, have we? Yeah, I don't think anybody's dialogue has changed. Shale, I should be able to talk to. It's a shame that punching an endless does no damage. I'd love to rearrange that serene face of his. Ha! Shale's gotten spicy. Sphene is resolved to take part in the coming battle. Shizune, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesoterminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being derived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. Then you go to fight Calyx, or when you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom, and a joyful tomorrow. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe, of course, but no reckless heroics. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. That one! Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Yeah! I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too. Absolutely not! But I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Damn straight! Oh, Shizune. Kryla and I think that we should talk to Gosen before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosen will approve or oppose of our chosen course. But either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Yeah. I'll do whatever I can to help Shale and Erenville. It may not be much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. Yeah! As I said, I'll be ready and waiting if and when you have need of me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. I usually do. Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. He's still saying the same thing. All right. Now, here's my issue. And honestly, even the people who wanted to become endless, I think, are better off with us preventing them from doing so. Because here's the thing. I consider, like, I know there are some people who are like, oh my god, like, we are our memories, etc., etc. But I think, you know, who we are is our consciousness and stuff. It's not just our memories. It's a combination of things. And everybody here who wants to become endless, they think that it's going to be their way of circumventing death. But what if they die, their consciousness is gone, and the endless version of them is just a, like, you know, another simulation? It's not them. They still end up dying. They don't actually get what they want in becoming an endless. It's an imitation that has their memories. At which point these people are being deceived and kind of used for whatever Calyx's ends are, assuming he even knows or like understands that. Anyway, I see Gosson's wearing a neo-regulator. They'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager. Yeah, there is that. The air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gosson himself. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosson his position.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn?
Have you, though?
Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
Together.
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Ah, look at the ones who chose to stop wearing regulators! I'm so proud of you guys!
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears.
Wait a minute. I don't know if they're gonna give us her name, but that's, UPA's daughter in the background, isn't it? I forget her name, but the girl from the side quest chain. Is she there because I did the side quest, or is she just there?
The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
Yeah!
What are you all doing here?
Malachi called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down.
Yeah!
We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
I mean, one of you guys is a former, or even maybe current, hunter, and another one is our former Arcadian fighter. Those two at least should be fine.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Yeah!
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Yeah.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Now break it!
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them.
And that's how you know it's a fantasy game.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
Ah.
No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Go on.
Calm down, Sphene.
Welcome up, please!
You used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Yeah! See, your people still love you, Sphene. You, not other you.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Yay! Proud of you, Sphene. I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. I wonder if they fully understand that Sphene is like the Sphene, or if they think that this is a, like, Anastasia situation, and she's the secret descendant of OG Sphene or something. It is a relief to be freed from my indecision. Until I had removed my regulator, I hadn't realized quite how heavy it weighed upon me. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gaussen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. Break them! Or I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
That zoom in on the bag charm is diabolical. Oh, it's Micah. Hello, remember me? I do! The hunter from the Thunder Yards. It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Lathander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have. But we all share a desire to make things better. I mean, how are you relying on your regulators for work if, like, you aren't getting new souls anymore? Or, like, even if you are right now, you're eventually going to run out. Shouldn't you get used to doing your work without regulators? If I go over to Trueview before I head off, I just want to see, is the stuff from the cutscene gonna actually be there for realsies? Of course not. Why would I possibly expect such a thing? Okay. Then off to living memory. Oh, it looks like somebody else is at the same point MSQ as me. Maybe. Coming here reminds me of my parents. Of the courage they gave me. Oh. Seems Alphino and Eluze were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. I'm sure he did. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly, that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since we last gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Gentle silence is most certainly a word for it. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the mesoterminal itself. Why? What's happened to the mesoterminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Alright, dungeon time! Y'shtola would proceed to the mesoterminal. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Yeah, let's go. Right, I can fly here. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. I mean, what always drives people to do this kind of shit with such ruthlessness, Alphino? I have a theory about, the calamities, by the way, because the thing is, there were 14, yeah. No, there were 13 shards plus the 12, or plus the source makes 14. So there would have had to have been 13, calamities. If things had completely gone the way of, the Ascians. The 13th, the 13th was a failed attempt at a calamity of darkness, which they then succeeded with some other world that resulted in the Bahamut calamity. But like, okay, the point is, there's only 7 elements, which is why after the 7th calamity, scholars thought that it had ended, that there weren't going to be any calamities, and they weren't. That's why they weren't expecting Bahamut, because Bahamut was the 7th, or wait, I'm doing math wrong. There's 6 elements. I'm stupid. So okay, there's only 6 elements. They thought after the 6th calamity that there weren't going to be any more, and then Bahamut happened, and they hadn't been expecting it because, again, they thought everything was over because all the other calamities correspond with an element, and they hadn't expected one that was just pure umbral energy, which is what Bahamut was. And then the first was obviously an attempt, and in the other timeline it happened, a calamity of light. Thing is, that's still only 8 out of 13, which makes me think that they were going to double up. And I think the way they were going to double up is, besides astral and umbral being treated as their own elements as far as like the calamities were happen, unless because, well, yeah, because like, setting that aside, I think there were probably going to be calamities that were like, each element also has an astral and umbral aspect to it, so I think they were probably going to do like calamities that were an astral of that element, like astral fire versus an umbral fire calamity, and maybe this was supposed to be an umbral lightning calamity with the endless, because like the whole idea of eternity and using technology to make it happen and it stagnating the world feels very, granted, I don't know, well, yeah, because all of this would have still been going on before, allegedly, before Zodiac fell, and there stopped being a reason for calamities. So yeah, a part of me wonders how much of like this world, because it would have been a second lightning calamity or thunder calamity, or yeah, lightning calamity, because there's been one already. So I'm wondering if one was supposed to be an astral lightning calamity and the other one was supposed to be an umbral lightning calamity, basically, and if they were going to do that with some of the other elements too. Anyway, let's talk to everybody. Oh, right, I already started talking to them. Did I talk to everybody already? An endless existence over the evolution of mankind. I understand what he's, oh, right, yes. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating endless would have required maintenance administered by the corporeal hand, or administered by corporeal hands. Also, allegedly, Sphene was kept in here, right? Or did I misunderstand that? I thought she was kept in the mesoterminal. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance stage to deceive us. As for the mesoterminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, it is possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement before our own hand, or by our own hand. I don't think that T is supposed to be pronounced, but oh well. This is where the former queen's memories were stored. And she herself tried to erase them. Even as an Endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries, I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their loyal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us take our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Heck yeah! The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Shizune for good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Is that all you think about, Ishola? Apparently, Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly agree or concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the mists of dreaming endless. Yeah, the Meso Terminal now accessible. All right, time to get our party together. If you want in on Mesoterminal Mine, Speak up. Let me make sure that we have this set. There we go. And let me set up the party finder. Let me pop that in there. And pop that in there. All right. We have no idea what Calyx may have planned for us. Alize and I have prepared for every eventuality, yet still. Nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, we shall guard the flanks. If my parents were indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm to add an addendum to grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a rousing good one, eh? 'Tis beyond knowing how Calyx was, or has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. Oh, 'tis beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will, especially when that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx is a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. As the vow of resolve, or even as just a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them, starting with the oath I swore to the Endless Fiend. Even if it's just a memory, I want to think of her smiling at that last... I want to think of her smiling at that promise kept. Also, Party Finder is up. We are on Ether. My character name is Shizune Daskar. If anybody wants to join in. The Alexandria of today has been seen countless lives come and go. My other self took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service of our kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that more than sadness awaits them. That tomorrow can be better than today. Calyx's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality calls to mind the Ea. Not that informing him of their fate would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Ea's warnings. So I know a little something of refusing to listen, save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. I really do think you take on too much from too many people. And yet, it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, so I'll be damned if I let Calyx steal it. Was there somebody here just now? Anyway. While we wait to fill, let's do our usual thing and go do some Allied Society stuff. admittedly, I was not quite able to cap my allied societies before stream today, but from the looks of it, I should be able to cap Yakoi tonight if we just do the quest really quickly. So also, hey look, I got blacksmith to 100, which means we are now on to armor. Just gonna go ahead and grab these quests. So that we can do the quest. Also, let me let the emergency rations in Discord know. Anybody who wants to know if the PF is up. And if you want to be an emergency ration, make sure to join the Discord and grab the role. The emergency rations are the members of the community that are cool with helping out with content. Be that mine dungeons and trials and raids, or mine and undersized dungeons, trials, and raids. Welcome, Shizune. I understand you are helping us make snow removal equipment. Oh, right. I don't feel like reading these. We're just gonna skip through this. Get me to the point where I can craft. Society quest. Yakoi. Snow removal equipment. Do these give experience if I do them? I think it's just turning them in that gives experience. Let me... I'm just gonna switch over to a level 100 job. And then go into Carpenter. That's not the right button. That's not the right button. Society quest. There we go. I just can't turn them in on a... Wait! I didn't even need to do that. I'm stupid. I don't need to high quality these. Oh my god. Well, you know what? If I don't have to high quality them, then what the fuck am I doing on this job? Fucking up, live on stream. This is the good content you guys signed up for, right? Right, the only stuff that these quests usually want you to high quality are, the ones that they only want one of. And now we turn this in. Well, not turn it in, but you know. Well, yeah. No, we turn in the items. I worded that right. Everything's fine. I'm okay. Fastest way there. Oh, right. There's another thing I need to finish crafting. There we go. There. Now teleport over here. then we teleport, and then we fly. What am I doing? And hello! What's up, Pretza? Oh, thank you so much for the follow! But yeah, also, if you wanna mine, oh, minimum item level, no echo. I've been playing the game since, like, A Realm Reborn, so I can't feed the 14 community's emotional vampirism of experiencing the game for the first time. So instead, to keep things interesting, I try to see how hard I can make normal content for myself. Before I hit Dawn Trail and the game stopped letting me get away with it, I was also doing things undersized. But yeah, hello, I'm Shizu. I am the writer and Magical Girl VTuber. And yeah, fun fact, you can do trials with like 4 people, mostly. Some of them you need 5, unless you want things to be really, really slow because there's double tank busters, or it's something like Seed of Sacrifice, or Hades, where you get body blocked. But trials? Yeah, most of them 4 people. Raids, 6 people. Alliance raids, like 15. Probably with most of them, probably, oh, I don't want to turn that in yet. But probably with most of them, you could maybe do them with 12. Except for maybe the second Endwalker trial. We tried it with 12. I either completely forgot or did not realize the siblings have an enrage. And I don't mean a soft enrage, oh, you need to beat the CPS check or it's going to use a move that kills everybody. I mean full-on cutscene. But yeah, if you want to join in, we're going to be doing the dungeon and trial for 7.3, minimum item level, no echo. And then once 8.0 comes out, I'm going to do all the Dawn Trail content, undersized, and mine. The way I would have done it if the game had let me in the first place. Especially since they don't let me mine Alliance raids. Which is probably fine. It would have taken forever to get 12 people or 24 people for that, but anyway, while we wait for the party to fill, let's do these Yokoi quests. Far appears anxious to get your attention. Shizune! There you are, and just in time. We have finally finished our first batch of Parakir, and it seems the scent has attracted the snow spirits. If we can get them to approach the altar, we can finally perform the pact. I wish to begin preparations right away, but I require your aid in a small matter. Will you help us? I simply need you to take a jar of Parakir and place it on the altar. That should draw the spirits near, and then we can begin the ritual. Ooh, Hildebrand. Are you doing the Hildebrand stuff from this expansion, or are you working on getting caught up? Getting caught up? Nice. Which expansion's Hildebrand stuff are you on right now? I still have to do this patches Hildebrand stuff on my main. And we'll be doing 7.2 Hildebrand on this character on Wednesday. Oh wait, what am I doing? I want to go to the top of the... I get it. Right. I went to super the wrong place. Whoops! Oh, yeah, that makes sense. All right, eager brewer. Yeah! The spirits are here, or the spirits are here, you say? Well, if you need Carrick here for the ritual, I certainly have enough barrels of the stuff. As much as I would like to see the offering for myself, too many of us may scare the spirits off, so I leave it in your and Farafar's capable hands. Now watch. The reason I do Allied Society quests when we are recruiting for a party is because every time I'm in the I have to recruit people, the party fills when I'm in a cutscene. So I have to put myself in a position where I'll be in a cutscene in order to recruit people. Alright, there's Farfar. What do you got to say? I will begin preparations for the ritual. Once you bring the Karakyar to the altar, we can begin. Well, here we go. Where was I? That barrel is as big as I am. The spirits should be close. Now that the Karakyar is in its rightful place, we need only wait. It might be best if we hide, though. How about over there? Why would it be best if we hid? Yeah? Oh! Spirit down! Spirit down! Ugh, ugh. Fire and hurt fades. It spoke. They accepted the offering. Dartogor told me about you, you know. She taught me that the Karakyr would quell the rage that sometimes grows within you. I only hope we can speak as friends once more. Dartogor. But she is not here. Oh wait, it's not quite. I have a minute to finish this. Dartogor, but she is not here now. How boring. We hate her. Hate? What do you mean? Was Dartogor not a dear friend? Did you not live here together in peace? Dartogor abandons us. She breaks her promise to look at the blooming flowers together. We wait for her, even as flowers wilt. Dartogor never returns. I have something I must share with you. Dartogor's body is gone. Gone? What do you mean? We do not understand. They don't have a concept of life and death. The spirits return on each snowy day. They do not pass from this world, nor have any concept of life and death. Literally what I just said. So they believe Dartogor abandoned them, that she broke her promise to stay with them. Did they not have generations of other Yokoi friends who died that they could have learned the concept from? And Dartogor was not the first. The spirits watched as their friends went away until none remained. They endured loss after loss. You too will abandon us. With no goodbyes. We will not play with you. Your kind are no friends. Oh, there they go. Oh, wait! Ah! Okay, cool. The cutscene technically ended in time for the ad break. All right. Let me switch over to Bard in the meantime. We'll continue this quest once the ad break ends. Anyway, I'm gonna spend these next 2 minutes cleaning up and moving around a bit. So yeah. Okay, we're all good. All right, so we are all set. Yes. There's our terminal. Let's go.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
I know how to play my dog, I swear. There we go.
I've created a new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill
Almost forgot there's lore in here.
Here,
Data station.
I shall prepare the stage
What
for
is
battle.
preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to the challenges we now face. Why are you not? Why are you not? Oh, because I'm not in combat. You know, as long as I have a target, why am I not allowed to play music? Unless I'm already in combat game? Why? Why can't I start with music in my opener? Why do I have to use something else first to make the music happen? Put that to the list of changes I'd love to see in 8.0.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Oh. That wasn't quite in enough. Or I think I missed it. I forgot that does the knockback. God, that dot hurts. Knockback first, yep.
You've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Okay. Lore. According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electro-technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be extremely or eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward.
Must we visit a prison of sinister repute? I need not compel them to fight.
The Final Fantasy IX references in this dungeon hurt so good. Like, on one hand, I'll say things like, oh yeah, if they ever did like a updated graphics sort of like Final Fantasy VII remake-ish, Final Fantasy IX remake, I don't know how I feel about it, because it wouldn't have the same kind of charming art style as the original. On the other hand, you have stuff like this, where or like some stuff that happens in a certain later patch, I say, as if I'm not in the second most recent patch in the game. But like there's other points where we go to places that look so much, or like are so close to Final Fantasy IX location. But like Final Fantasy 14 or 5. And suddenly I'm like, man, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Like it is very cool being able to
These are loyal
run around in
executioners.
places like this.
They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Pretty long. Granted, I've gotten used to doing this with an actual, like, properly geared character. We'll see how this goes. I was not good at doing this fight when it first came out, but I've gotten some practice since then. I know the AoE patterns now. Also, hang on, there's a very funny story about this dungeon that I will tell when the relevant mechanic comes up. Okay, yeah, so originally when this dungeon came out, I saw the floor was on fire. Somehow completely missed the fucking generator that I had to kill. So I was like, I don't understand. The floor is on fire and it's killing me. What am I doing wrong? Oops. There we go. Oh, I used this too early. Oh well, it's fine. Bard, why is your DPS so low? trying to kill this because I don't like playing floors. Ow, lava.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue.
Yeah, I remember in Endwalker when I was playing Viper and I was making fun of me because we'll be able to go through these faster because CZ won't be on board. And then that was before this dungeon came out, and I was like, well, DPS isn't that bad, and then this dungeon came out, and I was like, oh. Data station. What do you say? We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrope device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves, whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was, perhaps, the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. No, he just needed a lot more therapy than what he got. Everybody in Final Fantasy needs therapy. All of the conflicts in this game could have been avoided if the antagonist had had a therapist.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Here. Potentially. Yes.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Pay no mind to the fact that, like, in order to pull all of this off, he has to manipulate the memories of these Endless so that they forget that it's been 400 years.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
And he's manipulating their fear. Alright, let's go! Yeah!
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Right here, yep.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without
I didn't move over enough.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
I miscalculated! wait, this way! Yeah. Are we not gonna get the stinky pattern this time? Am I gonna get lucky? We didn't get the stinky pattern this time, at least not yet. I run the wrong way! Ow! Ah! I can't believe I managed to get out of that in time. There we go. Hey, got the triple Dryad card. Thanks. Oh, sweet. Is this actually gear I can use, or is it going on my retainer? It's going on the retainer, but that's still fine.
Sphene? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
I thought that was already established.
We seem to have
400 years.
exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Yeah.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device.
In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted.
Then what the fuck do you call what you did to Sphene?
We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
What are you gonna do? Hit me with lightning again?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it.
Tell him!
I won't let you harm another Alexandrian!
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
You didn't kill that guy, did you?
Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back!
Okay, cool,
I
not
don't
dead.
want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Is that what you want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying.
Worst guided meditation ever, by the way.
That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Remember, kiddos, this is how cults happen.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
Yeah! This patch
primal
taught me.
summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Probably the same place where he learned the shard he was on was the ninth.
Keep these close.
Where the fuck do you think, Y'shtola? It's the Alcians. It's always the Alcians.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
I'm glad they brought those back and didn't just let them be an Endwalker thing. Now, if only they'd do the same with Dynamis.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Of course. Oh. I mean to win. The key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
Yeah! Ageless Necropolis. Unlocked. Let's go. Who wants to do Necron Mine? Anyway, yeah, who wants in on the trial? Let me set up the party finder. Pop that in there. Alright, so yeah, Party Finder is up. Once again, I am Shizune Deskar on Ether if you want in. In the meantime, let me find out what the small talk is. It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting ether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear of death, that the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. What is he saying? That the fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? That is how primals tend to work, yes. So, 'tis a primal which embodies the concept of death in all its terror. He has made manifest the most troublesome foe. The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. As I feared, I was right to bring spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, we must take advantage of every warrior we can find, we can field. I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare. Let's send it back to the darkness, Shizune. An abundance of lightning would indeed obviate the need for crystals. I should like to know whence Calyx came by this summoning knowledge. Where the fuck do you guys think that he's getting the summoning knowledge? Let me just take a moment to appreciate how they Final Fantasy 14ified a Final Fantasy IX boss. I think it's super cool. And Sokinified the boss theme. But yeah, hang on. Let me head over to Living Memory. Because I need a visual effect for or not visual effect, but I need visuals for the thing I'm about to say. Which is when Dawntrail first came out and I came here, I remember thinking, wow, the statue in the middle sure is pretty. It looks like a mono art. I mean, it doesn't look like a mono art right now because the illusion is gone. But, oh, I see. Living Memory music, not playing right now. But yeah, after this patch, I am always going to be suspicious of anything that makes me think, oh wow, that's so pretty, it looks like a mono art. Because if it looks like a mono art, it's probably going to be a boss at some point. Heidelin looked like a mono art. Endsinger looked like a mono art. The statue in the middle of Living Memory, which then became part of Necron, looked like a mono art. Anyway, let's go do more Yokoi quest, or of this Yokoi quest while we fill. Yep. Oh, we're filling quick. Yeah. Alright. Hello, Farafar. What next? Well, at least Roy Terte was composed enough to speak. A small step forward, but its parting words were far from encouraging. Given the strength of their bond with Dartogor, I can only imagine how betrayed they must feel at her departure. If they come to hate us Yokoi, they will shun the pact as well. Then it will be but a matter of time until they rage again. Or worse. You mean like bring an entire avalanche down on Warlor's Echo and the southern area where the Peli Peli live? We must think of a solution before that happens. Do you mind coming with me to Dartogor's sepulcher so we can discuss the matter? Yeah, sure. Also, let me... who all's on in the various link shells I'm in? Oh, there are some people. Okay. There we go. Alright, I'm in a cutscene. Come on in, remaining 2 people I need. The eternal nature of the spirits means they view things quite differently from us. Their bodies are always revived, no matter what damage it may suffer. So even if I were to form a strong bond with them, they would only experience the same pain again when my own body passed. There must be a way to make them understand, yet no answers come to me. I try to imagine what Dartogor might do, but still, nothing. Do you have any idea, Shizune? This is as much for the sake of the spirits as it is for us, so even the smallest bit of advice would be much appreciated. Something living sepulchers? Remind me what the Yokoi believe about death again? Of course! So long as we are remembered, we yet live. Just as Dartogor yet lives inside me. But how can we make the spirits understand something so foreign to their own experience? We cherish the sepulchres as a symbol of the connection between memory and life. Yet, even if the spirits cannot grasp that concept, if we were to explain their purpose in simpler terms, that the sepulchres immortalize precious memories of our time together, then perhaps they will understand. A sepulchre dedicated to the spirits would show them that even when I am gone, our bond will live on. That me, Dartragor, and all the other Yokoi who frolic in the snow will be with them forever. Yet even if we made such a thing, the sepulchre would have no meaning if the spirits were unwilling to see it. Shizune, could you invite them to come view the frost blooms? I believe such an invitation will be too tantalizing for them to resist. I shall see to it that both the flowers and the sepulchre are ready for their arrival, but I may need your help somewhere along the way. Yeah, you just leave it to me. When the spirits are calm, they tend to wander. Also, I fucking called it! When the spirits are calm, they tend to wander. I remember when they were often sighted on the road to Workhorse Ormor. Tell a few about the frost blooms, and word is sure to spread. Oh, hey, Zev! Anyway, we're about to go into ads, and we've got our full party. So, the plan is, assuming everybody's cool with it, we're gonna let ads run, and then we will go into the trial. Heck yeah. Alright, you guys know the drill. Oh, I also have to refill my water. So yeah, you guys know the drill. Do as I do, and as I say, and go make sure you have water, make sure you've got your snacks, especially since we've got a long cutscene, a lot of cutscenes after, the trial. And then, yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, we're back. Oh, why is it still saying I am on armor? I am very much not on armor. All right, let's make sure. Anyway. Oh wait, what am I doing? I was about to run a third part already check. We don't need that. We just need trials. Dawn Trail trials. There we go. Ageless Necropolis. Let's go! Did the duty servers go down? Anyway, hopefully that was the last of the stuff for this stream.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Alright, let's go.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Oh! Okay, we're good.
There.
Everything's fine. I'm trying not to get distracted by the music.
Is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. bothersome.
Oh, right. Yes, this. Okay.
Kill them.
Out? Yes.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Easy peasy. I like how this mechanic is, oh man, it's the fear of death, but you have to run towards the light to complete it.
Still alive.
Don't touch the light!
But
Don't be
there are
afraid of
ways
death!
to change that. Yeah.
Okay.
Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Ah! Ah!
Kill them.
I got caught!
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether.
Oh, I never took time to actually really admire. I know that's probably not the time, but the like.
Those who do not resist death deserve it. Prepared for you. Kill them. There.
No!
You struggle in vain. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
What? I was fine!
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Let's go! Yeah! Good job! Alright. Originally, my plan was to run ads after this fight, because I know we're in for some long cutscenes, but it should be fine. We just had an ad a little bit ago, so... Let's go. Yeah. We win.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
You guys couldn't have thought it would be that easy.
Ugh. It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
You little shit.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Calyx is such a fucking, like, the worst kind of predator.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
That is a really interesting concept.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure.
Oh, she mad.
This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast?
Yeah,
I know that voice.
Yeah.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
It's flickering! I hadn't noticed that before. I wasn't sure if she reached them.
What is this reaction?
Yeah.
An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate
You're an
her.
irregular factor. No.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Yeah, they don't even need me to fight the primal anymore.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
Heck yeah, as we say.
The others.
And now for one of the coolest moments in the entire game. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Vow down! Vow down!
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Heck yeah, you did. Yeah.
Thank you, Lamity.
Yeah! Okay, so I was originally considering doing this part of the game on Viper just so I could get that cutscene on Viper, but like at least up until now, every time we've gotten any kind of cutscene that involves the Warrior of Light sparring or doing any kind of combat thing, it has always looked so stupid on Bard. Like, the scene, the training scene with Lee, or like the sparring scene, I should say, with Lise and Stormblood looks so doofy on Bard. And so the fact that we finally, after all these years, got a cutscene where they took all the different jobs into consideration and it doesn't look stupid, I'm not running in to like whap the thing with my bow or something, it makes me so fucking happy. It's finally over. I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories to the end, or at the end there. But he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Yeah, that must be it. After dealing that last blow, I hadn't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. I think they use spells. I don't have Astro on this character, but I can show you what it looks like on Scholar, later. I can go to an inn and just like use the unending journey to show the cutscene with different jobs. I've got Dark Knight, Viper, oh, I wonder if I could do my lower level jobs with it. That'd be really funny. Oh, then I could probably show Astro. Actually, we're gonna test the thing after this, after I finish MSQ. Phew! It is good to be out of that terminal. But what of you? No injuries or lingering effects? I'm good. And even if I wasn't good, I'm good. Let us bask in the victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had a chance to recuperate. We have an unconscious Vow just laying on the ground right now. Are you sure we have time to, like, relish our victory before we check on her? At the very least. Like, sure, worry about the rest of us later. We all can stand. She is yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Val Kona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home. By which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wook Lamont. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. Yeah, no fucking shit, it's what I've been saying this whole time! And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Val Kona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamati's injuries, Kona sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. I love Kona so much. He acts all stoic and shit, but the moment it involves his sister... The moment Wook Lamont gets so much as a paper cut. What am I doing? Here we go. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at least. Thank goodness. Things are much calmer than I anticipated. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. I was able to speak with Shale and Erenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. Shizune, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcasts. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your effort firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Once I've had a look around, I'll go and assist with the treatment of the enthralled. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. It has never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear, concise manner. But 'tis a skill I must hone if I'm to uphold the students of Baldesion's good name. And the Scions! Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sphene might like to have you nearby for a little while longer. If every person who was equipped with a Neo-Regulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation may take many moons. And yet, this is a best-case scenario. Yeah! Genuinely, when I was first playing through all of this, I thought that, the thing that would happen when all the regulators were registered and it was time to make Calyx to enact his plan was that all 5,000 people were gonna fucking die. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long ago. I thought literally we were just gonna have like a 5,000 person mass casualty event. Sphene wishes to check on the state of the outskirts. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields at UPA's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I shall do that, or do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Erenville and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. Erenville knew better. Sphene's identity will not remain in secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. Ah, so this is the place where Mahusa works. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me. Yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Yeah, You have so much to catch up on with your kingdom now, Sveen. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Papone was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Yeah-huh. It's what we do. Hydrate! Posture check switch! It's been a couple of minutes. Ash went to bed a couple hours ago, and he's the one who usually makes sure that I do all the things every hour on the hour. Then we owe a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me, for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Papone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gossin to spread the word. Our outskirts. Not to be mistaken for outskirts or outshorts, outpants. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. That didn't last long. By the way, Shizune, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliyola. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Oh god, it's genetic, it just skipped a generation. Last she heard, he was pitching it in over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the in their general direction. All right. Did you have new dialogue or no? Oh, you don't have a regulator? Good. Lately, I've been wary of anyone wearing them. I know we had a funeral for Queen Sphene. Not some memorial for those lost in the assault, Something's changed since people's memories stopped going into to the cloud, and it isn't good. Oh, I should have talked to you a long time ago. Whoops. Ah, I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Oh wait, does she have anything else to say? Galulja is a precious child, but a child nonetheless. He needs our guidance and support. It's true! I'm glad there are people around him who are able to make sure that he remembers to be just a kid sometimes. Yeah, he's the king of Resolve, or like the new king of Resolve. He's got the king's authority and all that. But like, he's also baby. Shizune, how... came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it is good to see you. Alize gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well. Oh yeah? What were they? Should I be scared?
Oh, welcome back!
Thank you! I just want to ruffle his little head.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Literally.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
Hear me out, Aaronville. What if you got a combat job so that you wouldn't be a spectator anymore and you could like fight side by side with the rest of us? Do you want to become a scion? Can we keep you forever? Just saying.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You helped! We wouldn't have been able to track down Calyx if it hadn't been for you.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
No! Oh, baby!
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
If it hadn't been for you, there may have been more people who died. Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. I just want to give him a little pat on the snoot, can I? And a hug, and cuddles, and some ice cream. He might be a little
That's
big
right.
for a piggyback ride.
And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Oh yeah?
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Yeah!
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades.
I'm so proud of him.
That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Sure, anytime you need to be humbled. But either way, I look forward to it. Yet to lift a blade, and he wants to spar already. He is Gululja's grandson, all right. Yeah, he is. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out, because I tried to find these blades on my main, and I don't know if they eventually poof, or if I was just looking in the wrong place. Maybe I was looking in the wrong place. Oh, right, already talked to you. Anyway. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Otis's sword has seen better days. I'll ask Janol to fix it when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in the Skydeep cenote. I wonder if he ever intended for me to have them. Wait, how did they end up there? I have no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend, and I want to stay close while the treatments are ongoing. I'm waiting. Okay, here's my thing about if they ever do a time skip. What I want them to do is NA FanFest when we get the initial trailer. Have there be a mysterious new NPC with silver hair. An Elysian with silver hair. Oh, look at this new character. I wonder if it's like somebody from Charlian, somebody related to the twins, some other silver-haired character. It's a Final Fantasy game. Silver-haired characters are kind of a dime a dozen. And then we get the second trailer, and we get a second unfamiliar silver-haired Elysian. And she, like, whoever it is refers to them by one of the twins' names. And then the other one refers to them by the other twin's name. And we find out, oh, these mysterious Elysian that we've been speculating about for the last few months. That's the twins all grown up. And then we get time skip. And then we get grown-up Gululja as well. And a bunch of other stuff. But, like, if they ever did that, I would really hope that they would also maybe age up any of the children NPCs. Because otherwise it'd feel weird being in zones. Like, give us adult Chloe and or like adult Chloe. Give us or no, Chloe. Chloe? Which one's the Tails one? But yeah. Also, I went down the wrong way. It's fine. I took the long way. We're about to go into an ad break anyway. But yeah, give us the age up to Keb and friend. I know how I can double check while my brain just refuses to work. Chloe. Give us an aged up Chloe into Keb. Give us aged up other children we've encountered. Otherwise, it would feel really weird to be like, yeah, it's still like the same era as everything, but like 5 years have passed. Anyway, we're in an ad break, so I'm going to put up the BRB screen, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Now, into the back room. Made it back with all your bits intact, eh? I knew you was one to watch the moment I set eyes on you. As for me, there's all sorts of restoration work coming in. Won't be getting a proper snooze in for the foreseeable future, I reckon. Why are you laughing about that? Are you okay? Are you already sleep deprived? Now, what are you sad about now? Oh, you're just tired. Okay, that, you know, fair. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Shizune! Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Excellent. Shale is visibly relieved at your safe return. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle, for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. Also the fact that he knew exactly which, reflection. Like, this has Asine involvement written all over it. Why are you guys so stupid? I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I mean, it would be a little funny. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take time or take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? I don't know what that is. I famously do not know what this word rest you speak of means, Shale. Everybody knows that. How do you not know that yet? Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While away the days in the back room? Yeah! Sure! Everybody get comfy for cutscene time. Several weeks later. Ooh, time passage confirmation. Love that. Oh no, Graha, what happened? Who did this to you?
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Over where?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go...
Yaha?
We just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly.
Yaha?
No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Ah, they love her.
Yes, be safe. We'll see you soon.
So sweet of you.
But you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes. Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Yeah! For a minute, I was questioning why they didn't just teleport, but, like, if we're escorting Dawson there, then that makes sense.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Oh, what's the matter? Stuck doing manual labor? Nah. Nah. This character does, or this model doesn't have a tongue sticking out function, but imagine I'm sticking my tongue out.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yeah.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Kona, what are you gonna do if Ruklama ever actually does get seriously injured? If this is how you react to her condition right now? Because I'm pressing X to doubt here, my friend. I know what you're like.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is!
Hi, Mablu.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Uh-huh.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Oh god.
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Yeah, sure thing.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Ugh. Flashes back to Horshaphant, Ysael, Moonbrita, Papalimo, Mefrid. Yeah, the Warrior of Light kind of has a list, huh?
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
Hey, Aaronville, anytime you want to join the Scions, you can have all sorts of dangerous journeys.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamachi!
See? He's fine.
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
My one issue, I think Wuklamot should have been the one at this terminal. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it should have been Wuklamot at the water one, so that she could take a bite, or like, you know, because Namika was stored in there. And Sphene should have either been the Meso terminal, or she should have been the fire or the pyro terminal, because Otis was there.
All right, everyone, begin.
And then she could have had that moment with Otis. Kinda, at least. He thought he failed his queen, but she was okay.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief.
Do we at least get an ear wiggle?
Full in the present ere the time of departure comes. Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Yeah, it looks so much nicer now. I did not like the gold sky. This is way better. Ah, look at it. It's so nice.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered. Ah, my emotions.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
You gotta make your intentions clearer than that, my dude.
I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galulja? You have him, don't you?
He is a baby.
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galulja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
Yeah!
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Yay! By the way, when 7.3 came out, that long-ass cutscene and my constantly thinking, surely I'm almost done, is why stream started late that night. We shall walk this difficult road together, as Bluesky has assured us. Also, regarding them, like, returning the color to this area, I'm kind of mixed. I really like the way it looks now, but I also think there's a kind of forlorn beauty, like, Apocalypse Core, almost sort of near-esque beauty to the way the city looked when it was shut down. So I think they were both nice in their own ways, but symbolically and like story-wise, I really like that they did this because of the closure that it represents of like how 7.3 wrapped Dawn Trail up. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. So Sphene is to sit the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their feelings known. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. It is an occasion worthy of grand celebration. This great nation is set to become an ever greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in its history. Galulja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. He will be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Shizune. Bluesky is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tulliola will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamot back to Tuliolal. But what are your plans, Shizune? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? Gotta head to work? Alright, thank you so much for hanging out, Pretzel. Hopefully you'll be able to come by another time. We're doing the 7.2 Alliance raid on Tuesday. Wednesday is side quests, and then 7.3 content starts next week. Or not 7.3, 7.4 content. I'm gonna be caught up in time for for FanFest, which is also next week. Oh god, FanFest is next week. Anyway. But yeah, you have a good night. Good luck with work. But what are your plans, Shizune? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? I mean, there's the Arcadian, there's... I think it's just the Arcadian at this point. No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Alright. Back to Tuliolal. Shizune? No one told me you were coming. I guess it was a surprise? How long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. The memory restoration went well, I am told. Yeah, huh? It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolal for a while. We believe in you, Kalulja, and whenever you need practice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Ah! Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. That seems reasonable. Yes, Kona, I promise. Wuklamat's a grown-up. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Yeah. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Shizune, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolo. You'll always be welcome here. Yeah. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolo, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Shizune. Yeah! Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Glulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness, it's 12:30. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Yeah. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise. I'll let you know before I leave on my journey. I'll visit Shale and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much I want to learn from them. I intend to make a formal diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the near future, and express my gratitude to those who have watched over Glulja. Whatever burdens I must carry, I will, and I'll become stronger for it, just you watch. I look forward to it. We're returning to Solution 9. Let's go. Where are we going? Here we go. We've observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and to the others. That said, Estinian may prove difficult to track down. I have a theory about that. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Erinville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. Not yet. I hear Glulja has packed his bags and left to train in Tuliolo. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. Yep. There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is, I'm not sure I am even ready. So, we'll make this a gradual process and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. That's not who I meant to click. There we go. Shizune, you're here. I am. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. First of all, minor spoiler, but I'm so mad we don't get to, like, participate in the coronation ceremony. It happens off screen, as far as I can tell. Second of all, I'm so excited to see her interact with the other world leaders in the game. I can't wait for her to meet Nanamo. I think that's going to be really interesting. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions were the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Yeah? You think? Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. But Alphino, I thought that Scions were supposed to be disbanded. Ah, I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends from Tuliyollal, won't you? And me. Invite me. Include me in this. I want to actually participate in that. Yes, of course. I know of Zeralja only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Maybe make it a yearly celebration. Yes, it's a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Jael? I hope you've left time in your schedule for me. Ship. I still ship Y'shtola with Urianger, but I do think that Y'shtola and Jael have a flirtation going on. Or she's just poly. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then we be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Yeah! I don't care what anybody else has to say. This was a good expansion. And now we start the lead up to 8.5. Or, yeah. I meant 8.0, but, you know. Oh, hey, look, you live. Oh, look, I traumatized him. He's gonna be seeing my face in his nightmares for a long time.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
We know what that robe is.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Ba ba ba! Hey! End of the patch. I almost said expansion, but that's not right. Oh god, my inventory. Okay. Two more weeks and I'll... Not even 2 weeks. Right? No, 2 more weeks. A little over. And my inventory is gonna be so clean. I cannot wait for 7.5. Anyway. We'll put off talking to everybody until, next week. Because I'll probably end up forgetting anyway. Okay, before we wrap up, I need to at least do Nito Weekways custom delivery turn-ins. I have the crafts already made. I need the inventory space back. And also, by the time I stream again, reset will have happened. That was not... Yes, it was. I just ran in the wrong direction. Anyway, let's turn in these turn-ins. Get our nice little story update. Just who I was hoping to see. We're remodeling the carriage interiors for a more comfortable ride. Are you now? Well, here you go. I know I'm capped, I don't care. As I've said, many passengers traveling out of the dome. I'm gonna news ads. As I've said, many passengers traveling out of the dome are at an age where rest is paramount. I'd like for them to be seated comfortably. Shizune, you've outdone yourself. You could scour the springs and never find something half as good as this. All I care about is the orange strips. Gimme. Perfect. I reckon that's the last of the materials we'll need to finish remodeling the passenger cars. We've been making slow, steady progress so far. Whenever we can find time between rides. After all, more comfortable interiors will bring in even more passengers eager to ride. And with more passengers, our dream of rail expansion won't be far off. Yeah. Sorry to bother you. Here to ride the rails, I take it. How can we help? Well, I need to visit a relative in Yassulani, but the train will only take me as far as Vanguard, right? I'd rather not wander around blindly inside that massive fortress. Could you tell me how to get through? Can you handle this, Shizune? I dare say you know Vanguard better than any of us. Yeah, sure. Make sure to turn a left at the killer robots. If you see a guy who can turn into a snake, you've gone too far. I see. I think I've got it. Probably. I'll figure it out. Thank you so much. I'd rather send the poor soul with a guide just to be safe. Do you reckon there are any dome dwellers planning to take the next northbound train? For my own peace of mind, I think I'll ask around. Right here, all right. I mean, surely there's gotta be people to direct people, right? Either mechanical soldiers, members of the Lance Guard. The rail employees. And... Okay. I'm back. Luckily, I managed to flag down a friendly Alexandrian to escort him. Now that I think of it, I suspect that man's not the only rider with apprehensions about the fortress. But we can't count on passing dome dwellers to do the job every time. We need a more reliable option. You clearly care for your ridership a great deal. Our passengers are paramount. If you ask me, they're the only reason we have a business at all. That's it! I've got it. The next project will have to wait. This takes priority. Based on your descriptions of Vanguard's floor plan, we could print guidebooks and pass them out on every northbound service. Hard to get lost with a map in hand, right? I'll see if I can get my paws on a printing press. Bring me the paper and ink, and you'll be rewarded with a publisher's credit on each copy. Oh, that's nice! How's that sound? You'd better credit me. Since it would be based on my map, probably, or at least my description. Have you any experience in map making, Shizune? We'd like to help our writers find their way around inside Vanguard. Whoop, that's not the button I wanted to hit. Here you go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and I forgot to read. So long as our maps are made with durable paper and long-lasting ink, they can be folded and unfolded as many times as necessary to get their owners through Vanguard. Shizune, okay, she says the same thing. Yeah. Shizune, you've outdone yourself. You could search all the springs and never find the quality as good as what I craft. I appreciate everything you're able to bring us, Shizune. Because of you, I can manage operations from the driver's cab if need be. And okay, she says the same thing every week. Got it. Noted. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wrap up there. We'll finish the Okui quests on you know what? Let's at least finish the Okui quest since we've started it. No, it's almost 1 a.m. Never mind. We're gonna wrap up here. Let's find somebody on Twitch to raid. I mean, I'll be doing the quests anyway because I need crafting experience. But, ooh. Oh, who do I want to raid? I'm kind of torn. Torn between two specific people anyway. let's raid Dotori again. She is in 5.3, it looks like. So still working on Shadowbringer's patch quests, but yeah. So raid Dotori _NPC. It would help if I typed that into the right spot. So yeah, we're gonna go raid Dotori, and until I see you all again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!